There we go. Okay, now it looks like it's working. Hi, everyone. Oh. Let me change my bitrate. Oh, let's see if everyone can see what I'm doing. I assume so, because my preview looks good. Let's see. I think I'm going to go ahead and get started. So this is regular Gemini. The goal is to get all cards. There's going to be a whole lot of password inputs to start. So I'm at least partially sorry for that. I can put that there. I have to use 2 of my monitors for this. Let's see here. It doesn't really matter what our starting name is. Because we're going to pretty much redo the entire deck for the first, 4 hours of this. We'll go ahead and start with whatever we want. Doesn't really matter. I think I'm gonna go start with dragons. I don't know, doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter what we do for this. Also, this stream is gonna replace the video for today. There's gonna be 6 hours of content today, so might as well. As you guys can see, I'm starting with a new memory card, so. The only rule is I can only use what's available to me in an emulator. So I can use save states. I just can't use... I just can't use anything else. I can use save states, I can use passwords. I just can't use Cheat Engine to just give myself all the cards. So let's go ahead and get started. This is going to be extremely boring if people don't come in and talk to me, so yeah. Just gonna get started putting in passwords because that's what we get to start with. This process can't be made faster by anything, so I'm just pulling up I pulled up the list of all of the passwords that are available in Gemini, which at this point I might as well post it. So I'll probably post it after this in my Discord. Helps if I enter the right password. Hola. Hi, Justin. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry for this first couple hours is going to be kind of painful. Since we're going for all the cards, kind of have to input basically all the passwords. And all of these passwords are going to take a while. But honestly, it's the easier way to obtain cards than anything else, so... This is just how we have to do it. Wish there were better ways to give players cards in this game, but there really isn't. So we have about 460 passwords to go through. Hardest run of this game I've ever completed. Of this game? Hardest. Let's see. Honestly, if you can complete the game with a run, it's not usually that hard. I mean... Also, welcome, Chris, and yeah, thanks for the well wishes on the 1,000. Let's see here. What was the... I mean, the ritual was, like, the longest. It wasn't particularly difficult, though. I mean, the thing is, either you... For this game, it's either just an RNG clown fiesta, and you eventually just get through the game because you can. And you're just gonna eventually luck into a state where the AI bricks, and then you just win. But it depends what your metric of hardest is. I mean, like, the most times that I failed on something, usually it's just when the AI just super giga high rolls on something, which is a shame. But that's usually the hardest, is when the AI just, like, playing against Weevil when he just plays the best possible cards. That's the hardest. Let's see. Besides the ritual, I mean, low deck cost ones are always, like, they're interesting, but usually once you have, like, I mean, the low deck cost run that I did was pretty easy. Decks that are really prone to bricking, like if I, like the times that I've done, like, 4-card fusion runs, because, like, I'm just wanting to be stubborn and actually use 4-card fusions all the time. Those are the worst. Yes, proceeds to get Pugum summoned against me. Proceeds to have Weevil just play 3 straight Pugums and then go into 2 Arsenal Bugs right afterwards. Yeah, when Weevil doesn't play poorly and just play an Eye Armor. It's sad when you're hoping that he just plays an Eye Armor, because that's the weakest thing he can do. It'd be utterly terrifying if you could actually make the AI intelligent in this game, because then you would just... Weevil would be a absolute nightmare. Hey, we're done with the dragons. Yeah. Weevil decides to take bodies. When Weevil decides that he doesn't want to take prisoners anymore, just kind of, like, lose. Like, the one thing that I'm kind of worried about is actually having to farm him in this run, because, he's such a pain. Oops. So yeah, I totally understand, like, this is just going to be me chatting with chat for the first probably couple hours here, because, as I said, we have 400 of these passwords to get through. And I'm not making this the most efficient possible. I could have picked a starter deck with the most unique cards, and then made sure that I didn't get any extra duplicates or anything. And I could also be just going for a collection, or going to make sure my collection's full. I'm actually, for this run, going for completionist, so at least one copy of every card. Yeah. I think, though, remembering things, like, the worst thing is just having to reincarnate for cards. Like, you know, every time you play Redux and just need Eclipse. Actually, that's probably the hardest run I've ever done, is getting all of the cards in Redux. That was painful. I did that before I streamed, and man, that was pretty awful, because all you do in that is just reincarnations for literally eons. Since there's no availability to get cards from passwords, it is all reincarnations all the time. By the end of this, I should be pretty quick at actually entering passwords, though. Definitely not as fast as the speedrunners are of this game. Honestly, doing an actual speedrun of one of these games would be probably the most painful. I mean, this game is a lot more fair because they put the summoning cost system in. So your opponent can't just, like, run you over by playing a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon every single turn. Which that definitely helped a whole lot with keeping the enemies under control. As long as you got to them relatively quickly, and since the base game, there's virtually no labyrinth in your way, just rushing down the AI in like 3 turns was more than enough to beat them really consistently. Also, only having to do 4,000 damage instead of 8000 made this game a lot easier for you to just cheese out wins if you needed to. Also, the free passwords, even just the ones that we knew just at launch of this game, made things so much easier, not having to spend 10 million star chips to get your Aqua Dragon that pretty much won the game by itself was extremely ridiculous. We also had access to Mirror Wall, which literally instantly wins against the AI, so... The AI just does not know at all how to deal with that card. Which also helped. And then also, like... Honestly, I've always found Taya to be pretty annoyingly strong. Especially in the base game. She just always seemed to high roll against me. And she ended up always being my biggest problem. Which is kind of unfortunate, but I mean, that's kind of just how it works. Wish I could say, but like, also the bosses, like, they just seem really bad. They have to play bad cards to enable their good cards. Like the Chakra boss, right? He has a bunch of really strong and insanely powerful monsters. But to play them, he kind of has to play Gate Dig. And it's super easy to just cheese out killing him by hitting his Gate Dig once and for like 4,000 damage. Also, the other reason... yeah. The other reason is because the AI just doesn't come and attack you instantly, so that's why it's so easy, compared to Forbidden Memories. Yeah, this game's probably not... I would highly doubt this game ever has some sequel or anything. Although, from that era, I prefer Capsule Monsters more, because it's more like chess. But I've made more than enough videos on Capsule Monsters. Also, if you like games like this, I would say like a turn-based RPG is pretty similar, like Fire Emblem or Teamfight Tactics, like Final Fantasy Tactics. I know it's not quite card game, but I find that incredibly similar. Even Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity Original Sin are quite similar in terms of, like, gameplay. Capsule Monsters. Inaku? Now we're starting to get through the spellcasters. I think spellcasters is the biggest type in this game, so... You know, I really wish I could just type these in, since I'm on a computer. That would be really nice. Or was that, there was a meme going around a long time ago about the worst ways to possibly enter information, and, like, this was on there for, like, worst way to enter a birthday into a form. But then they had the worst one, which was the numbers are constantly scrolling and you have to pick them at the right time as they go by. And if you mess up, there's only a reset button and not a redo button. That'd be so awful. So, like, putting in passwords would be a slot machine. I think that would piss off everyone. But it would be funny. But to be fair, these days, most games don't have password systems like this. I'll be honest, though, I think most of that's been replaced with a credit card. So I've almost made it through my first page of the Excel sheet. Oh, also, chat, what kind of deck should I go for here? I've been thinking about it, and I know that I'm gonna have to go infinite to get cards like Gate Guardian. So, like, I was thinking like a Mystical Elf deck or something, but then I'm also gonna have to use Immortals, because it's much easier to get cards when you Rigus Lever them out of people's hands. So maybe I could go with some sort of flip effect deck. And go for an early, like, triple Magician of Faith, Mask of Darkness kind of thing. The wrong way. Scroll to the next page already, so that's good. This is a hard password to read because it's XWV. Welcome, Solid Snake. Yeah, unfortunate to say that the first couple hours of this is gonna be pretty boring. For all involved. But also, this is probably the only way that I'd ever do something like this, is to stream the whole thing, because I would never want to just upload videos of putting in passwords like this. This would be terrible. Although it would probably put people to sleep if they wanted that. Oops. I closed a window I didn't want to. How did I set this up beforehand? Oh, like that. Okay. Oh. Right there. Okay. Let's see here. I did just put in the wizard. Okay. Passwords were a nightmare to write. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but passwords are a nightmare to put in. Especially putting in all of them. Okay, let's see here. You know, I could make this even worse, and I could just be doing this on the base game, so I needed to get actually less cards. But then I'd have another 200 and something passwords to put in. Also, for some reason right now, YouTube just put the heart comment button right on top of like the bottom comment or the newest comment, which is some 10 out of 10 graphics design. Must say that, YouTube. Absolutely excellent layout. Also, looking at some of these passwords, I feel like some of them were just, like, intentionally made by a person, and then others are just completely randomly generated. Like, I feel like that last one was just completely made by hand. Someone was like, what if we just put A5 like 3 times in a row? Thanks, Alec. And welcome to the stream. I highly doubt streaming this is ever going to get that far, but we can hope. I want more passwords like this one. Oh hey, we're done with all of the spellcasters. On to the useless zombies. If I were wanting to go super slow, I guess I could play zombies for this playthrough, but I don't really want to go that slow. This is already going to be slow enough doing this. Yeah. Maybe I'll just make this the excuse to play the Sea Serpent deck I've been wanting to. Even if it would be one of the best for another playthrough with low deck cost. Although it's not that low of deck cost, I guess. It'd be like 450. Also, I feel like Zombie Warrior could be just removed from this game, and 13th Grave could take its place. Or the other way around. I feel like the card is just... It has the same exact stats, it's just got different artwork. I guess the fusion's different. Or, there is no fusion for 13th Grave, but there is for Zombie Warrior. Yeah, I think the worst couple of things to get in this run are gonna be equips are gonna be a pain. I know Gate Guardian's a pain. That card is just kind of a nightmare to go get in this mod. And nobody has seemingly posted how to find it yet. In my Discord, so wondering when somebody is going to figure that one out, or if I'm going to show it off in this run before anyone finds it. Definitely going to use the easy way to get Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. I really don't feel like getting it from Kaiba. Bronzo. So many of these zombies just never see play because their stats are just objectively terrible. Actually, it can go with a lot of the cards in this game. Welcome, Hada. Thanks for the well wishes. I hope you have a great day. Well, we're through like 100 rows already in the spreadsheet. We're getting there. Shadow Ghoul's a fun card that we'll probably not use, but I do like how Shadow Ghoul is kind of one of the worst possible cards you can play in zombies, because usually what a lot of people do in zombies is they buff cards up with Pumpkin and stuff, and then if you throw that card through Labyrinth, it just fuses itself into nothingness, basically. It becomes a wall shadow. With base stats. It'd be pretty fun, though, if it kept its stat bonus from Pumpkin. And then you just had a giant beat sick that could go through Labyrinth terrain. Also, for some reason, it becomes a warrior, which, I mean, I know Wall Shadow's a warrior, but I don't know why Wall Shadow's a warrior. With the card that it comes from is when your zombie enters a rock, it becomes a warrior for some reason. It's an interesting choice. I would have thought it would still be, you know, a zombie. Labyrinth theme deck, doing a Labyrinth playthrough would be, like, really painful because getting the cards absolutely is just awful. Mainly because using the Labyrinth cards against the AI just completely breaks them. And getting them is all up in Labyrinth Ruler. He has pretty much most of them. And then, like, when you actually use them, like, did I just input that wrong? I did. Okay. Yeah, Labyrinth is... like, the problem with it is it's pretty good for being on the defense or surprise lethaling your opponent. But if your opponent just plays away from the Labyrinth terrains, like... and making Labyrinth terrain is painful. But, I mean, like, you could definitely make a deck for it. I doubt it would be very successful. Although, it'd be funny to bring a deck like that into a PvP session or something. Because you could absolutely just mess with an opponent that didn't bring Labyrinth breaking equipment. Which I'd assume you'd probably want one of in all of your decks. Just for such an occasion. But yeah, I don't... my only issue with making a Labyrinth deck is getting a Labyrinth deck. Because if you could get the cards, that would be great. But none of the starter decks even start with any amount of them, really. And then once you're done with Labyrinth Ruler or whatever, the northern guy, you just don't get to upgrade your deck. Because there's nothing really to add to it. So I don't know. It is an interesting style of deck, though. I have to say that much. It's the kind of deck that I just give to the AI and let them try to figure out what to do with it. But even then, I didn't give many of the Labyrinth cards to the AI because Labyrinth terrain isn't really that safe for Labyrinth cards, which is kind of a problem. Honestly, if Labyrinth, if you couldn't attack into the Labyrinth, or if attacking into the Labyrinth had some pretty nasty downsides, that would be a great thing. Because right now, like, you can just attack onto a Labyrinth terrain. Yeah, list of meme deck ideas. I'll add it to the entire list of everyone asking for Season 1 anime decks. Because all of those are just straight memes. Whoever designed those decks to start with had no idea how card games function. Because, like, oh man, Yugi's deck is, whew, it's special. You could just remove, like, 3/4 of his deck. Oh yeah, Hungry Burger. That deck is, that card is some kind of special. I can't believe how bad the ritual is for it. Like, I believe it requires Battle Steer and, like, Bioplant and stuff. And it's just like, it's not worth even making the fusion Battle Steer plus, like, Wriggle or something, right? So you got your plant and your meat source, right? For your hamburger. Even that's not a good enough reason to even play the card. Which is almost incredible how bad that makes the card. Okay, another page down. The attack animation? I think I might have actually shown it. I know I played the card a couple times. Hungry Burger by itself is not horrid, I don't think. I might actually just, if I get one in, I believe my next playthrough is gonna be Warriors, after I'm done with the plants, which I think I'll finish up tomorrow, is when the end of that's gonna be. I'm not going to put out a video today for, like, a regular one, since we're gonna have, like, a, 6-7 hour live stream here. And I don't know if I'll finish all of this today. It might end up going into next weekend, too. But yeah. I'll do warriors then, and I might as well, if I get a hungry burger out of the slots, I might as well use it. Since it's better than some of your options. Actually, a lot of them, because warriors are not in a great spot. Now, as we're starting to input all of these passwords for warriors. The best warriors in the game are like Green Kappa, Eye Armor, Swordsman from a Foreign Land. And I kind of nerfed Eye Armor and Green Kappa into the ground. Because if you guys remember my Redux playthroughs, I think I played like 2 or 3 of them in every single deck. And I would have played more if I had them. And then when I played the Redux 2 mod, which I highly do not recommend, they were available pretty easily, and just having 3 of those in your deck was enough to win the game completely. So I was pretty mean to them when I made Gemini. Or probably, I think their effect warranted it. This isn't my first live stream, but it's the first in a while. Also, welcome, Faisal. Don't know how to say your name, so sorry if I butchered it. This just kind of lended itself to doing a live stream of it, because it's not going to be nearly as interesting for the first probably couple hours here. Oh, I'm good. This is cathartic. Also, I have time to do this kind of stream right now because my raid group for Final Fantasy kind of finished up the last raid tier, so... and that game's in a waiting pattern until Dawn Trail, so... I pretty much don't have anything to do in that game anymore, so I can focus on other things. Also, I believe warriors are one of the most populous types in this game, and just about every card is pretty much awful. There are a couple good ones, and then there are cards like Hard Armor. Just, cards that you're like, why is this in the game? This could have been anything else, and it would not be missed. is fusion fodder, and that's about it. This is where we're at, just getting through all these cards. Mysterious Puppeteer. Chalk that up in the meme deck category. Let's see. Kagamusha's next? Ugh. I'd comment on good cards that we've gotten, but... that's another card that's not among the good cards in this game. It is at least cheap. I have to say that if you're looking for a cheap warrior to use for a fusion. There are sometimes redeeming qualities of these cards. Maybe that's what I'll do as I go through. Say at least one redeeming quality. Trapmaster, yeah. It's pretty much only redeeming quality as its effect, and unfortunately its effect was only ever really put on cards that are absolutely terrible. Because avoiding close range, short range traps was probably deemed too strong. I don't really play TCGs much. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! A long time ago. One of my friends, she dragged me into Master Duel for a little bit and made me play, and I played Tier Laments, and but that's about it for that. Played a little bit of Hearthstone, but not too much lately. Also, one of my friends tried to get me to play Magic, and I kind of beat him like 7 or 8 games in a row when he gave me a deck. So that was funny. He also made me play Mono Red, which is very similar to Hearthstone. Just play biggest card all face. And that's what I did. And it was good enough to win most of the games. Guardian of the Labyrinth. I don't even know what good I could say about that card. it's great for people making mods to throw into decks to fill out the 40 cards. Dimensional Warrior, it actually has a very unique effect. And if you could somehow buff the card and make it actually useful, disabling your opponent's Monster Reborns could be fun. My thoughts on the new Master Duel. Good luck to anyone actually trying to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point. Because, I just messed up the password. Oh no, I already entered it. I believe, yeah. Okay. Otherwise, I mean, Master Duel is... I think they've done a pretty good job on it, and it's nice to see that there aren't too many egregious errors in how it's coded, so the cards actually do what they're supposed to in even niche scenarios. So that's nice. As with all trading card games, it looks like it's extremely expensive. I also do like that Master Duel exists, so you don't have to go to your local game shop and experience the culture there. I mean, to be fair, I kind of grew up in one, but I know it's not for everyone, and Master Duels are probably a little more approachable for some people than the game shop experience, so that's nice. And I'm just continuing to put in more and more of these warriors that you just wonder why they exist. But why most of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Have a different in terms of card effect? Oh. Well, these games back here were really developed before the card game truly got off the ground, so... and games like this have a different set of rules, so you kind of need different types of card effects. But having to deal with all of the rule, the pain in the rules, like all of the different rulings and stuff, is kind of a nightmare for Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. Like, there used to be a OTK with Manticore of Darkness, and one of the cards that burned your opponent every time a Pyro monster went to the graveyard. And it worked in some of the old games and not in others. And it shouldn't have worked because you missed the timing on Manticore of Darkness for its effect. I believe it was eventually how it was re-ruled after it topped the tournament, I think. So things like that are weird. Also, missing timing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a really annoying gimmick of the cards. Let's see. Just got through Dehuman. Going back to talking about the cards that I'm putting in, Mushroom Man is kind of a terrible card. But hey, at least it's only 3 stars. Oh hey, Lava Battle Guard. It's unfortunately, Lava and Swamp Battle Guard are 6 stars, which is really not great for playing them. They're what did I do wrong? Oh, that's not good. LR. 5 stars is just not a great place to be at for poor cards. Like a 1500 attack for 5 stars is just not going to be cutting it in this game. And they, for some reason, unfortunately, the Lava and Swamp Battle cards also cost a ton of deck cost. Which is also one of the problems with everyone running through with like a Joey deck. His deck just becomes so expensive because of them. Also, for all of the card games, I have to say that this game has, and Forbidden Memories, of all the card games, like, drawing to a full hand every single turn is a pretty ridiculous mechanic. Hello, Vivi Gias? Let me know if I butchered your name. What do you mean by similar to Rush Duel? Oh, yeah. Yeah, having infinite card draw in your card game is an interesting design decision for sure. Especially since there's no penalty for decking out in this game. Other than you just can't get any more extra resources. A simple version of Yu-Gi-Oh! I feel like if you do that in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think you kind of just instantly win the game. Yeah, but I feel like with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! If you give somebody a +5 at the end of their turn, Um, I feel like they can just go off with impunity and play the biggest combo that's ever existed. And then the next turn they have reload for it too. Sounds absolutely painful. Sounds like an incredibly absurd game mode. Back in my day, we had to flip a morphine jar for a +5. And then our opponent got to draw to 5 also. And that card got banned. I mean, Maxi's only banned in TCG. It's not banned in the OCG. Although Maxi is a very it's a very decisive card. Because it's pretty much the only hand trap that can pretty much stop a play. Because, like, even ashing, using an Ash Blossom on somebody sometimes doesn't stop them from going off. Which is, like, kind of sad when your opponent just plays through, like, 3 or 4 hand traps. You're just like, wish I had a Maxi so they couldn't do this anyways. Yeah. Oh no, I don't really play too much Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's so, combo heavy. Playing a turn for 20 minutes and ending on triple Stardust is, or Shooting Star Quasars or something is, a little bit wild to me. And that's been possible for years. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been one to rein in, power creep. I know, playing Tier Limits and getting a Chain Link 20 is a great time when you're in a mirror match with one of your friends. Especially back before they banned a whole bunch of the cards. Oh joy, there's another Tier 0 format? Yeah, Tier Limits was, it was a great time. My friend, she dragged me into Master Duel for a little bit and had me play, Tier Limits for a little bit, and oh man. You know, I don't think it's good for a game that they just went from one Tier 0 format to another. A little bit of deck diversity is a good thing. Then again, I think Hearthstone also just had a Tier 0 format that they nerfed Paladin out of existence for. I think Paladin was Tier 0 in that. or at least pretty close to it, since it had well over a 60% win rate. Yeah. Yeah, tier to Kashtira, and then, yeah, that sounds like a great time. This is why I don't really keep up with it. Yeah. I feel like there would be a little counterplay in this game if it had a competitive setup. But there would be... I don't think there would be more than 200 of the 800 cards ever used. I feel like there's just cards like the card I just put in, Wicked Worm Beast, that probably never sees play. Or a card like Leo Wizard, which is just... I know Clovis said it was the worst card in the game. I am inclined to agree with him. Voiceless and Yubo are a good matchup. Shit, pro decks are doing a number in this format. Isn't it fun when you have a perfect counter to the tier 0 deck and then somebody just plays a rogue deck that just completely smashes you and has like a 90-10 matchup against you? And you only have like an 80-20 matchup when you're card countering the tier 0 deck. Or maybe even a 60-40. And then they go up against the tier 0 deck and just get absolutely smashed. Great format. I mean, I definitely prefer it when the $30 deck wins. I remember playing like a $10 Royal Magical Library FTK deck in a local. That was fun. It was the Reversal Quiz OTK, or FTK. Back before hand traps were a thing. That was, it was rage-inducing for opponents when you drew even decently okay, just drawing any Royal Magical Library, and you just instantly won the game if you went first. I mean, even back then, like, people didn't run enough disruption. If they didn't draw their one copy of their limited MST, they lost the game. I think the most expensive card in the entire deck was like a Tomb Table of Contents. Which I'm sure today is like 2 cents. Also back then, I think the meta was to let your opponent go first in the first game, because the first attack was valuable back then. So you just play that deck and your opponent would let you go first the first time, and then you'd choose the second game, and you'd go first again, and they just instantly lose 2-0. They didn't really... like, they weren't really able to side in for it. It was great. Oh wow, Toon Table is $10? Yeah, was. I mean, I feel like a card like Toon Table of Contents is just, like... if it weren't, like, tunes, which are just so bad. A card like that is just so good. A card that can search itself within your deck by 2 cards, or 3 cards, and find whatever card you want. It's pretty good. $14.96, huh? Musician King. Isn't Musician King a fusion in the TCG? Oh. Toon Table even got more support? That's terrifying. I mean, I'm not surprised that Toon Table would be strong enough to win regionals. I mean, that effect is ridiculous. This just sounds ridiculous. What did I just enter? Master and Expert? I forget what the effect of Mimicat is in the actual TCG. I know it's a great card in this game. I mean, honestly, they probably... Toons needed the anime level of, Toon World. Oh, becomes anything. That's great. Yeah. A Toon Blackluster Soldier, huh? That's, And I assume all of the Toons still have the effect to attack directly? And their other busted effects that... And protection from using the Toon World, or Toon Kingdom? That sounds pretty good. Also, going back to where I am in the game, actually got all the way into Beasts now. You can kill Toon World. Oh, you can special summon it? Nice. Once per turn. And it's a soft once per turn, too. Because it's not... You can only activate the effect of this card once per turn. It's, yeah. I remember, opening a, like, an ultra rare, Blackluster Soldier Envoy at the beginning when that first came out. Oh, that was a fun deck to play. Although, honestly, if I'd just taken that card and sold it, I would have been able to make any deck I wanted. And you open that day one. Toon Dark Magician Girl. I'm not sure if you're making a play on words with the busted. In terms of Toon Dark Magician Girl and her appearance. I am kind of glad that Toons actually got a little modicum of support, since a lot of people really like Toons, and growing up seeing them be used by Pegasus to actually good effect of the anime, and they came out and they were absolutely horrid. FTK with tunes. Oh no. The thing with FTKs, hand traps exist and they usually become kind of fragile because of that. At least there isn't any super consistent FTKs right now. Like, FTKs that could play through multiple hand traps, that would be really bad. Oh, great. We're gonna get an FTK soon. Great. And it's consistent? Oh no. I mean, at some point, Konami is just going to release something that they didn't quite playtest very well, like everything else. But they're going to accidentally cause an FTK that's actually consistent, and that day is going to be a very bad day. Kind of like the Exodia deck that topped, or didn't top, but did pretty well in a tournament a while ago, and it was an FTK deck. Oh hey, we made it to Winged Beasts. Let's go. This is a nice start for this password. Oh, it says no to hand traps? Oh. Oh, that's nice. How consistent is it gonna be for actually pulling off the FTK all the time? Because that's gonna be the next thing that matters. Because if it's like you draw like 9 out of 40, one of 9 out of 40 cards, then like that could be a very, very degenerate tier 1 format. We are... I feel like we're probably getting kind of close to the halfway point now on these passwords. Let's see. Papa. 5. Now we're getting to the wing beasts that just never get played. We're almost done with wing beasts now. Speaking of the last card we got, which is Crow Goblin. Very interesting card in Capsule Monsters. It had a very interesting special. And an interesting obtainment method, too. Having to make it to Area 2 with like 10 or less wing beasts wins was interesting. Especially if you ever wanted more than one. It was quite a chore if you wanted to get 5 of them without just duplicating them. Yeah, its Noble Presence was an interesting way to get around the map, if it ever worked. Since it had, for some reason, it just glitched and failed a lot of the time. But hey, we're on to Fiends. Another extremely populous set of creatures in this game. and particularly mediocre. Okay, next up is... Hornim's another card that I don't think I have really given the time of day to in this game. Sangan, that card, if only it had its trading card game effect instead of no effect in this game. Although card searchers don't really work very well in this game. Okay, let's see. Reaper of the Cards also has that same effect as Trapmaster. I believe Reaper of the Cards is the strongest card in the game that has that effect. Unfortunately, it's 5 stars for a card that's very understated. And 39 deck cost for all of that understatting. But it does make it a pretty decent leader since it's 5 stars. We can say at least Leo Wizard makes a decent deck leader. I don't think I've ever actually wanted to put that Witch Feeds on Life into my deck. Because I think there's just better cards. Honestly, that's probably one of my higher picks for worst cards in the game. Just because it's 4 stars, so it's even worse. Because you can't even use it as a good leader. 4 stars is pretty much the worst choice for a star level in the game for leaders, so... Oh, and Trial of Nightmare, which is just strictly better than that which feeds on nightmares. Or on life. Be a pretty metal card to name that which feeds on nightmares. Wanting to get to some of the things like thunders and plants, because most of them don't actually have passwords. So we're going to have a lot of farming to do with Ishizu and Bakura in this. playthrough later. It was one of the things that I did to kind of nerf zombies a bit, was to make it so that you couldn't get plants very easily. I really just wanted to... I didn't want to force people to not use zombies, but I wanted them to try to use stuff that wasn't zombies. Because the majority of streams that you'll probably see on Twitch or something is pretty much just going to be people playing zombies. Oh hey, a Lord of Zemia, just another mediocre card. Somebody want to explain to me why I want to pay 4 stars for that card? Why I'd want to put it on the field? Especially when Dark King of the Abyss is right there and almost as good of stats for 1 less star. What else? Big Eye, I don't even remember that card's effect because I know it's not great. And it makes the card too expensive to really play. The card would really have to do something special though, unfortunately, to truly see play. Ancient Brain and a Tainted Wisdom. I believe that's a fusion for Skull Knight, if I wanted to put it in my deck. Stray. We're on card number 321 already. And we're not even to the cards that are, or the numbers that are going to go by pretty quick, because there aren't many cards available at those points. Imagine Gun, another card that just question its existence. Why can't every card in this game just have a good effect? a reason to play them. Dark Titan of Terra, another card that's like, I'm just completely mediocre. You could play me, or you could put in a Lajin for a couple extra deck cost and 500 more attack, which is significantly more useful. Metabath's at least better than Imagine Gun. But it completely outclasses it so much that you wonder why Imagine Gun actually exists. How many more of these fiends do we have to go through? EVJV YDNH. Wait, what? I just entered that wrong, didn't I? There it is. That is unfortunately a 3-star creature that is just marginally better than Metabat at a 2-star creature. Gorgon Egg is, I believe it's a target for insect imitation at least, so that's nice. Although, insect imitation is pretty much an RNG clown fiesta, so... And you never get the card you want out of it. Oh hey, it's King Fog. Another card that's just not great. Hence why it's pretty much only available by password. I doubt they even put it in the starter deck for Fiends. The clown's actually not horrid. It's outclassed by most things, but like if you didn't have a choice, you might consider it. Like, over some options, like if you didn't have the good choices, like, it might be usable. And I think I also needed a clown, or a tune, since it's a clown, so it has some upside. Dark Artist actually has decent defense for 3 stars. You were looking at something like that. Bioplant, useful for the burger recipe, burger ritual, which saying it's useful for is being very nice. These rituals are so bad in this game, and bad rituals are just really, really bad. We got Ryukushin Powered, though, which at least it's a good card for a Summon Skull Fusion. If you didn't have Lajin or Bistro Butcher. I hate to say, I hate that this is the easiest way to get all these cards. Oh, Fungi of the Musk. Interesting fusion for a plant if you really were desperate to get a plant. Easily you could put in a password for that card. You can get Dark World Thorns easily. Neck Hunter is just overcosted. But hey, it's one of the easier fiends to obtain, so that is at least that strong. Invader from a Different Dimension is just terrible. If I wanted that much defense, I'd get it for 3 stars on Dark Artist. The attack is abysmal. Actually, that might be in the running for worst possible card in the game. Wretched Ghost the Attic's nice for its low cost and good fusion potential into plants, so. As people have been saying, the current plant playthrough has ridiculous synergy, and it has a lot to do with cards like that. Key Mace number 2, it's a card that's pretty mediocre at best. Although it is female, so like it can do some fusions that are nice. Hero Shadow Scout's just at least it's got an effect. Although I don't, that might be a downside because it just makes it cost 5 more. Whiptail Crow. Also, I think I'm going to take a break in 10 minutes, because I have just been entering passwords for 2 hours. Oh, Man-Eating Treasure Chest. Actually, a kind of useful card. It's better than Raikushin Powered, because it costs a little bit less, and it's good for the fusion for Summon Skull, so. Honestly, a card that you could consider for a deck. Baron of the Fiend Sword is horrendous. Unfortunately. It is 50 attack points too low for the fusions you want it for. And it has 100 too many attack points to be useful on Crush. And it's... I mean, at least it's a little bit cheaper than the Man-Eating Treasure Chest. So, that's nice. Dark Shade is an example of mediocrity, although it is only 3 stars, so, like... Unfortunately, if Fiends would fuse a little better, that might be a good card, but they don't, so... Oh, hey, we're done with Fiends. I entered this wrong. 6B, 8FG, 9 Charlie, Foxtrot, Orion, ER, U, X6, 1, 2, K. Ooh, Weather Control. That's a pretty good card. Card that I probably used a decent amount just because of its effect. Changing the terrain on your opponent is really nice. Okay. Alright. I've definitely not been drinking enough water, and my voice is suffering for it. B. And I entered it wrong. Oh no, I've already entered that one. That's Petite Angel. Too many passwords to enter. JR2DL1. Lunar Queen Elzyme is a nice female fairy, sometimes useful for early game cards and fusions, so definitely not a bad card. Also, I believe it works for the fusion for Mystical Elf. HNH. N, okay. Beam. Now, Aki Beam is a terrible card. Skill has an interesting effect. Unfortunately, it only works on your turn when it dies, so you kind of have to crash it into something, which is not amazing. And having to crash a weak card like that into something is pretty unfortunate, but probably just not going in your deck because of that, but if you, for some reason, had one, I mean, I could see using it. Wing Egg of New Life is... well, at least it can be used with Insect Imitation, right? Knight Tarshath is one of the best beat sticks that Fairies has, so it's the biggest beat stick they have, so it's probably going to be in your deck. Although I like its Teach CG effect a lot more than it not having an effect here. Okay. That got to insects. So I'm gonna go ahead and save. It's currently 2 hours in, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. I'm gonna post in chat that I will be back at 5 after the hour, so stand up, stretch, and be back. See you, everyone. Okay, I'm back. And got myself an orange, you know, a little bit of sustenance, did a little stretching. I checked during the break, I checked how far we are through this. We're over halfway. Not much past over, but we are over halfway. My hand's already starting to hurt from pressing this D-pad this many times. So we'll go ahead and continue here. First card was a big insect. Pretty much never gonna really play that card. There are better options for insects. Significantly. ATY, oh, you have Victor, Juliet. One. Uniform, hotel. LP. I have to wonder, is this, I know nobody's gonna answer this, but is answering these less painful on the, like, non-American versions of this? Like, if you were using a Japanese copy, would this be less bad or more bad? Do they use letters or do they use the kanji? I mean, that could be way worse because there's more that than letters. And the numbers. It would also help a lot if this was just took out the numbers or you just took out the letters. I wish there was any way that was better to enter all of these. Nightmare Scorpion has a pretty decent effect. Unfortunately, it's just outclassed by all of the other insects so badly that you don't use it. Because you know it's better than stunning something for one turn? Man-Eater Bug, which kills the thing. It kills it outright, and yeah, it seems to be pretty good. Yep, okay. Quick throwing button. But looks like stream's still working, so that's good. Oh hey, a petite moth. A petite moth's great because it's one of the cheapest options for the Cocoon of Evolution fusion. And really that's all you're looking for in one of the mods. With the cheap ones, is just make them cheap. Like Caterpillar is slightly worse because it's more expensive. Legul has an interesting effect and is an interesting card. Unfortunately, it's just 300 attack just ain't getting there. The problem with using Legul is if you use Legul, you probably die. Because Legul just kills you. Although, it might be interesting in that Labyrinth deck. If you wanted to play a Labyrinth deck, you could really have a little bit of fun with Leguls. I could see some situations come up that would be good. Ganigumo is, it's the, I don't believe it can trigger traps, right? Yeah. And that only applies to limited range traps, which is a pretty bad limitation. So you can avoid, like, Gravity Vines, but you can't avoid Mirror Forces with it. Cockroach Knight's terrible. I don't even think I put Cockroach Knight in the base decks. In Capsule Monsters, it actually had pretty decent stats, Cockroach Knight did, but unfortunately, like, its moveset was horrendous, so you just never played it. Korogashi has a pretty nice effect for early game, so it could actually see play sometimes. And it's also a common thing to just put in somebody's starter deck because it's cheap. There's the Caterpillar, which is just a slightly more expensive version of a Petite Moth. But I mean, if you were wanting to use, have 6 of those cards to fuse with the Cocoons, which is kind of wasteful because then you'd have some cards that are just dead cards in your deck, but I mean, I guess you could bring back the Cocoons pretty easily with, like a Magician of Faith and make more. But, I mean, at that point, just use a Monster Reborn. On the Pupa. Conocurium is pretty bad. Fish... Oh, sorry. Hi, Crazy Shark. Fish and sea serpents. Yeah. Didn't I already do, I did some sort of Aqua playthrough already. But I've been kind of wanting to do a Sea Serpent run at some point. My next videos are going to be, once I'm done with this plant playthrough, which should be tomorrow, since I'm not going to upload one today. Is going to be Warriors, because that was requested a while ago. And then after that, I need to do a challenge playthrough for, there was a request for using only creatures with higher defense than attack stats. And I'm going to do it without Sword and Shield because I hate that card, so I'll do that at some point after that, which that'll probably be, like, probably between the two of those, that'll be 2 weeks. And then I might do the Sea Serpent playthrough. Or I might be doing some amount of Fish and Sea Serpent in this game, in this playthrough on this stream. I haven't decided what I'm going to play yet. The thing is that I kind of have to go with an infinite deck for getting Gate Guardian, or at least something strong to get kind of close to that without just perishing, so we'll see what I end up playing. The thing is I'll have access to a whole boatload of cards here, so we'll see what we get to. Well, that was a really convenient password to enter. Scroll down to the next page already. But yeah, I could definitely play like some form of a Fish and Sea Serpent deck. Since, I mean, it's gonna be a dragon fish deck that plays Sea Serpents. Oh hey, we're done with the insects. Since a very large number of insects aren't obtainable through passwords, so they go kind of quick. And there's not too many of them. We're on to dinosaurs, which are by far the worst thing in the game. I don't know if I've actually done a dinosaur playthrough yet. I don't remember. Probably haven't. I don't remember playing Tamasaurus as a deck leader yet in Gemini. But at least they're buffed enough with the leader changes that it's probably not horrid. The only issue is the best equip for it is like Power of Kaishin. But yeah, if I wanted to do like Sea Serpents for this, it'd be pretty decent. I don't know. I really am struggling with what I want to play to do this playthrough. Okay. I don't really want to comment much on these dinosaurs. They're all pretty bad. Practical is decent. Anthrosaurus is horrible. Since dinosaurs don't really fuse very well, just having a cheap dinosaur like Anthrosaurus is just not great. I know they kind of fuse with Aquas, but like, it's pretty specific on the fusions. But we should be done with dinosaurs shortly, so even though every single one of them is pretty much just a password. So there's a whole lot to enter. But that should be the last of them. So I think we're on to Armored Lizard now. Yep, an Armored Lizard's not terrible. Unfortunately, 4 stars is just kind of weak in this game, but not strong enough to really pack a punch, but expensive enough to be annoying. Jormungand, not great. Just usually better options. But hey, at least it's only a 3-star. Beak Snake is just a worse Jormungand. Although I guess if you had a fusion you wanted to do with a 3-star, it's better, but I probably wouldn't put the card in my deck if I had the option. Ancient Lizard Warrior, not actually too bad. Good for fusions. Slightly cheaper if you're using it just for fusions than Armored Lizard. Crocodilus, technically it's cheaper for fusions, since you kind of need 4-star reptiles most of the time for fusions. But unfortunately its stats are pretty lackluster for its cost. Grappler, same story, like 15th burst for reptiles. Tune Alligator is pretty good. Oh, what did I just do wrong? Oh. Definitely entered that wrong. Okay. That's actually a Emperor of the Land and Sea is one of your best beat sticks on reptiles, so. Ooh, Sinister Serpent. I forgot that was just a password. That's a really good card. Has a pretty good effect, and you can really mess up your opponent, especially if they attack in the wrong order. What does Mechallion do? I forgot. Oh yeah, that effect's terrible. Although it's not terrible for its for 2 stars, so. Low level fusions is good. Although Sinister Serpent's just better. And we're on to fish. Start with a shark. U1 S F Victor Rare fish. Enchanted Mermaid for yeah, the mermaids, like, I wish there was like some good mermaid to or mermail to end up fusing into, but there just really isn't. Most of the fish in this game are the decent ones are sharks. Also, why is Fortress Whale considered a fish? It's a mammal. It's the whale. Bottom Dweller seems like an eel, I think. Also, Bottom Dweller definitely up there for one of the worst cards in the game. Unfortunately, fish are not the greatest archetype. Eh. Oh, I've been at this for another almost 30 minutes. Rainbow Marine Mermaid. Not a bad card, per se, but actually not a great card, honestly. Another one up there on the bad card list. I guess it's a female. If you were so inclined to do fusions with it. I just don't enjoy doing fusions with 5-star creatures. Crazy Fish is pretty good, though. We also had a 7-colored fish earlier, which is also pretty good. Miserizame, yeah, no. I believe it's like supposed to be like a metallic shark that is still technically a fish. But yeah, not a great card. I had to check what its effect was because I just don't use the card. WoW Warrior, yeah, it does not wow you, but kind of cheap for fusions, at least. That's one of the problems with fish, is they don't really have the greatest cards for really cheap fusions. Marine Beast is also up there on the list of bad cards. It's spectacular how many cards are just like, but why would I ever play this? When 7-colored fish exists. At the Seas, it's a female. When the only thing I can positively say about the card is it's female, is that is when you know I am scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of trying to say the card is good. Hey, we're done with fish. Takri Minos. That card's terrible. It's an okay leader. But, yeah, I would never willingly put it in my deck. Oh, and we're already past Sea Serpents because Sea Serpents don't really have passwords. Nice. On to machines. Gatekeeper is another of those, just cards that's not statted quite well enough to actually be good. Although that's my issue with almost all of the machines. Cyber Soldier of Dark World is no exception. Why would I put that card in my deck when, you know, Mechanical Chaser exists? For pretty much the same deck cost, too. Saber Slasher is another really bad card. Yeah, there's not much good to say about that card. It has low enough stats that it can be used for fusions. That is a damning and very backhanded compliment to give it. At least Yaiba Robo has an effect. Not saying the effect is good, but it has an effect. Cyber Soldier, you should just fuse into it. Blocker has a decent effect, so, except I'd rather have its effect on something cheaper. But hey, at least, even if you get Gorgon's Eye, it's not going to be a liability, I guess. But at that point, why not just play a Karibo? A-D, okay. Zero, Victor, Lima, Foxtrot. Victor, Lima... Oh, Jinzo 7. Well, I guess if you need a cheap machine for a fusion, there you go. Brave Skizar is another of those, like, why does this card exist? It's just strictly a bad card. There's not much you can really do about it. Not every card's going to be useful, but nobody would miss it if you removed it from the game. Disc Magician, I wish you could fuse into it as well as you can in Forbidden Memories. Although, like, at the same time, like, it doesn't really matter, because fusing into it was the only reason it ever saw the light of day in that game. And I don't think I'd actually want to fuse into it in this game. I'd rather just dump the cards without it. Oops. I must have entered this wrong. Or... no? I just entered it wrong. I assume. I did. What else? Oh, Robotic Knight's not a terrible card. Ground Attacker Burgoth, yet again, another card that's just overshadowed by Mechanical Chaser. Holograph, again, I mean, it's okay for 3 stars, but okay generally doesn't cut it. The Dark Magic attack that's just printed as filler. Oh hey, Steel Scorpion, that's actually a pretty decent card for fusions. Yeah, wasn't a Dark Magic attack already printed in TCG, and it pretty much was pack filler? Like, I believe it requires a Dark Magician to be on the field, and it basically does the same thing as a Harpy's Feather Duster, with a requirement that's hard to meet and no other real benefit, I think. Mechanical Spider's not terrible, at least. Gigatech Wolf is another card that is just regrettable. Also, all of the times that you accidentally fuse into it instead of Dice Armadillo is sad. I think that's more of a Forbidden Memories problem, but... Oh, for Disc Magician? I wonder, did Disc Magician ever actually get a printing? Yes, Shovel Crusher. That card was really hard to get in Capsule Monsters Libra because you had to start as Thunder or Dark for it. Although it is a solid card in that game. Gargoyle's obnoxious, but that's about it. Did I just get a Cybersaurus? Yeah, I did. Good card for fusing into. Discard your entire hand and quit playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Sounds about what it should be. Maybe one of those magic cards. Just tear this up and drop it on the field as confetti. Any cards it touches go to the graveyard. Robo. Remember Patrol Robo having a effect that is somewhat beneficial, but unfortunately, like, its stats are so bad that you just don't play it. I think at this point we're through like 300 of the passwords or more that we have to enter. I think we might actually be closing on like 350 at this point, so, you know, we're getting there. For reference, we have to put in 469. That was not intentional, but that's where we ended up for this mod, so. Just a bit of a happy accident. Let's see. Gear Golem of the movie Fortress at least has high defense for a level 4. I'd say it'd be useful for upcoming playthroughs, but for that defense playthrough, but it's not going to be used. That's at least useful for fusions. If you needed a cheap machine. Steel Scorpion's your better option, but you know, it's an option. There's a Metal Fish, which yeah, that's a, you fuse into it for reasons, but that's about it. I don't think I'd ever want to put it in my deck. Unless you were really wanting to play the water mech stuff, which it's not really good. But hey, there's Mech Bass. That's a fusion for Fortress Whale, and oh hey, we're to Thunders, which these are going to be very short. There are not very many of these available as passwords. Just to kind of gatekeep the the ability to make Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon a little bit at the start of the game. You can still do it, but it's going to cost you. You know, I already have a save that has all cards. I'm doing this as a challenge from a viewer. I already made a save in about 15 seconds to have all cards. But doing it legitimately is, for one, it's good to test to make sure that the mod can do it, and having access to all cards, because I did test it originally when I made it, but I've made a couple changes since then, so it's nice to have this finally tested out, and this is a bit of longer form content, at least. But yeah, there's definitely easier ways to get all the cards. The easiest by far is just open Cheat Engine and use a cheat table and give yourself all the cards in very, very little time. Continuing on, Jellyfish, not a great card, but hey, it's a card. Octoburster is nice for fusions, because you need level 5 plus for Aquas for several fusions, so it's nice to have them. Toadmaster, not great. Frog the Jam, not a great card. Oops. That's on me. Yeah. This is probably good for some background noise and putting some people to sleep. Again, Akiron, another card in the similar vein of Octoburster. Just slightly more expensive. I don't really think there's a good reason to have low-level Aquas, because they don't... I mean, I guess if you want to fuse into Firecracken and then do fusions that way. Melting Red Shadow might be okay for that. There are better options, though. Oh hey, we're into the turtles. That's good. The turtles are fun for fusions. Going into turtle birds is pretty good. And you have access to, like, crab turtle, so if you're playing pure aqua, well, not really pure aqua, aqua plus wing beast, you can have some pretty fun times with the turtles. And they have an extra equip for them, so that's nice. So yeah, if I were playing aqua, I'd probably play most of the turtles. Unfortunately for cards like Armonite, it's not a turtle, and it's not good. Penguin Knight, another option for playing aquas at least. You can play the Knight and Soldiers and go infinite with them pretty easily, so. And there are plenty of flip effects in aqua, so. They're not that bad. They scale pretty quick. Door over is not great. Twin Long Rods, another one of those sad cards. Zero T Y E C R. Oops, I must have entered that wrong. T Y. Yep, I did just enter it wrong. I do appreciate that you're just having the stream on in the background, Caleb, so that's nice of you. Hope your cleaning's going well. Water Element, I believe, counts as a female, so that's kind of nice. I forget what its effect is, though, because I don't think I ever play with the card. Water Emotics, definitely played only for the Japanese art. And it's a female, I guess. Wetha, again, not the greatest card. Thing with Aqua, there's a whole bunch of cards in it, so there's a whole bunch of cards that just never see play. I guess that's unfortunately true of dinosaurs also. Even though there aren't many of them. There's just a whole bunch of cards that never see play because they're all terrible. Oh, have fun with that wedding. weddings are a good thing, good reason to go and celebrate, so enjoy the celebration, the party, I guess. Yeah. Water Magician. Sadly, the only thing good about that is it's a female. And hey, it's only 4 stars. Ice Water, not a bad card, but not an amazing card either. It's a relatively well-statted female that's 3 stars, so. Water Dragon Fairy is also just cheaper than it, than the Ice Water, so probably a better card for the fusions you want to do. Whatever card this is, it has a nice password to put in. And that's pretty much where the good things stop on that card. And I went the wrong way on that last input. Not good. And it was for a Terraparon, which is not good. Venture. Hey, it's 3 stars. That's not bad. I believe it fuses into Ayasube. Kanika Buto. Good card for fusion for Crab Turtle. Zaragan has no such luck of being useful. Fortunately, has a bunch of Fs in the for Sea Cayman in the password there. Which F is an annoying letter to get to because it's so far into the alphabet, or it's just far enough in past all of the numbers that it's annoying. Amoeba's got a good effect, so it's pretty good. And it's super cheap. Yeah, good card. Let's see here. Yadokaru, decent defense, I guess. Usually, unfortunately, defense is not what defines and makes a good card, so... Turtle Raccoon, at least it has an effect, but it's a forgettable card. It's probably not going to earn a spot in a deck anytime soon. Behagon is also not going to earn a spot in a deck. You've got to be getting... We're getting somewhere, at least. Weather Report, another card that just doesn't see play. Unfortunately. High defense is not very useful. Okay. Giant Turtle is usually just fused into, and unfortunately it's 100 attacks short of being really good for fusions. Ooh, Penguin Soldier. Fun penguin deck, but aside from the penguins and their synergy, it's hard to make the rest of that deck, but, you know, it's something. It's not nearly as strong as a lot of other things can be, but it's enough to beat the AI. Liquid Beast is just completely forgettable. It's another of those cards that you could just remove from the game and nobody would even notice. SDYP... no. X, W, Delta... Same with Twin Long Rods. Armored Starfish is another of those cards that you wouldn't realize even left the game. Other than the filler that you put in for starter deck. Hey Ted Gyojin, another card decent for fusions, and that's about it. Area of the Fountain. It's basically a water emotics. It's kind of silly that both of them exist in the game. Although I believe Fairy of the Fountain's a little bit friendlier to Twitch's TOS, so... Phibius Bergoth. Okay, we've got to be getting close to the end of Aquas. Gruesome Goo. No, we're still a ways away. Oh, I can see the end of him. Oh, oops, that was supposed to be a key. Hyosub, if you need a 1500 attack water for a fusion, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, the 5-star ones are usually more useful for the fusions, but... It's also the result of a fusion, so sometimes that's just good and would be the reason you'd see it. Unfortunately, it's also one of those fusions that you just kind of forget because you don't really want to make it. Okay, that should be the end of Aquas, which were one of the last really large archetypes, so... Now we're going into Pyros, which, pretty good fusion fodder, most of them, so... It's hard to really say that there's really bad Pyros, which is nice. Like, even Dragon Piper has a nice effect, so it's a pretty good card for fusion fodder after using its effect, which is great. Probably one of the worst ones is that card should have been the Fire Knight, just because it's not that great. Because it's just so high, so expensive. But at the same time, like 1100 attack is a cutoff for some of the fusions, so kind of need it. Fire Eye has that nice effect for avoiding traps, which... and Pyros are one of those archetypes that you can really buff up a card a whole bunch if you want to, so, like, it kind of actually works for it. The only problem is you're probably just going to get destroyed by monster removal. Hinotama Soul, just another good card for fusion fodder. Also, like, Fire Eye's a good choice for a leader because you might not want to put it in your deck because it's a more expensive card. And then you won't have to worry about D-ranking yourself. Which is usually not too big of a problem, but especially in mods like this, that there's a lot of overhead. In the base game, it was horrid. Flamesnake, another good card for fusion fodder. Whatever card this is, it has a nice password. But the first 6 were super quick to put in, so... Oh, we're already to rocks. Okay, Prisman. Yep, that was the only nice thing I had to say about Prisman. Yeah, most of these rocks are just useful for fusions. So the cheaper the better. So there's some real winners in here of cards that just don't want to ever play. Hey, a Giant Soldier of Stone. Card's pretty decent for stats. Especially for being a 3-star, it's really good. Although, unfortunately, it makes it pretty expensive, but... Anawa's a good choice for actually using for fusion fodder, because it's nice and cheap. Stone Armadillo, unfortunate. It's just not strong enough to be really good, and it's too expensive to really be a great piece for fusion fodder. It's just in a bad middle ground. Fortunately, all of the rocks don't really have level requirements or attack requirements on their fusions. For the rocks, they do for like the females for Mystical Sand. So, like, the rocks themselves, the weaker the better, which is a shame because that makes Rock Ogre Grotto number 2 here just terrible. But you can't say cards are good without having bad cards to compare them to. Destroyer Golem, it has okay attack at least. And the leader power package for rocks are pretty much second to very few decks, so, or very few types. So the cards themselves can be a little weaker. You know, Maester Warrior is pretty bad. You probably don't ever want to put it in your deck. You might accidentally fuse into it. But that usually doesn't matter because it's probably just going in the chain of fusions. Same with Sown Ghost. It's more of a I fused into this card on accident. It was nice in Forbidden Memories for going for Atex more than anything else. Statue of Easter Island. Yeah, not great. Sandstone, like, it's really ugly, but if you can stand how ugly it is, it's decent for being a leader. It's usually pretty easy to get. I mean, I'd rather use, like, a mystical sand as a leader, but, you know. It's harder to get the first one of those is to put as your leader, but if you can get one, then mystical sand's better. Okay, that's Morphing Jar. Thing that hides in mud. Yeah, I enjoyed how easy its password was to put in, but that's about it for that card. Gotta be getting kind of close to the end here, it looks like. We'll finally be able to move on to Phase 2 here shortly. Hopefully. Probably another 20 minutes of this. At least. Stone Statue of the Aztecs. Yeah, high defense. But, like, that doesn't really make a great card. If you wanted a high defense card, it's there. Oh hey, we're at the plants, and plants are gonna go pretty quick because I didn't let you have many of them. Particularly to mess up zombies. Okay, and we're done with plants. Like, if you want to make a 5-star pumpkin using a Trent, go for it. It's not great. You'd be better off triple fusing with the Fungi of the Musk to make Dark World Thorns. Now we're on to the cards that are going to actually mess up opponents pretty good. We're on to the spells. Burning Land's a great card, so we might actually end up putting that in our deck. So again, once we're done with this, I'm using anything that's available within the emulator to get all these cards, so there will be save states used, for sure. There will probably be liberal usage of the speed-up mechanic. for farming things. The frame limiter removal, which that's fine. Right now we're just putting in passwords for heal cards and damage cards. The heal cards, the Goblin Secret Remedy will probably go in the deck. From the damage cards, none of them will. I have to take a call real quick. Okay. That was the power company saying that due to adverse weather there may be disruptions in service. Feels bad, man. Okay, we are... PFS 3 JT89. Ooh, Dark Piercing Light. Let's go. That's gonna go in the deck. That's a card that I usually don't put the password in for, but really should. Eye of Truth is awful. R87. Okay, we're into the elimination cards, which is nice because we might need one of these or a couple of them. They're definitely nice when you start out for just steamrolling people that have the audacity to use cards that are affected by these. If you could side in cards, you could side in a whole bunch of these and really, really mess with people. I don't know what kind of format you'd want to do for, like, actually competitive, because if you were to do sideboards and stuff, you could really have a complicated format. I prefer the more bring 3 different decks, and once you win with a deck, you can't use it anymore. First to 3 wins beats the other person. There's also the format of play with decks until you lose with them. First to 3 wins wins. Bring 3 decks. So you basically just knock out all your opponent's decks. Then there's also just bring 1 deck and have sideboards. But all of these cards are good in their own right, although things like Breath of Light is a lot worse than the others, because when rocks have leader powers, they just are immune to it. It's not great when you put a 50 deck cost card in your deck and its text reads do nothing. Although if you're having problems with Muka Mukas, maybe it's a good solution for you. Although it'd have to be a sideboard solution, because you don't really want to put that card in your main deck. It's a little expensive. Fissure is it's an interesting piece of removal. I think it's overcosted, but I didn't really make it better. I think honestly all of these just destroy cards could be significantly better. Last Day of Witch, and then Exile of the Wicked is next. But yeah, we're into the like spells, which is great. There aren't really any equips we can get, so from this we'll get a couple of them. So that section will go really quick. Most of the traps aren't available as passwords either, so E0D. There's not much to really say about a lot of these cards, so Dust Tornado, just get through Mai really easily with that card, so I'm done with all of these passwords. We'll take a little break and then we'll get to constructing a deck, and then we'll brew and start winning. Oh, here's a card that's a clown fest. Fairy Meteor Crush. Definitely a pretty good card, but if your opponent has massively more cards than you, it's generally good, but I don't know if you'd really want to play the card. Shield and Sword, not a great card, really. It's too slow. Stop Defense is a very interesting card for making your opponent play around things. I'm not sure if it would actually get played in a PvP setting, but I could imagine it would. Monster Recovery is absolutely terrible. There's a reason that it's given to you in many of the starter decks, because you just don't want to play the card. Also, if I were really paying attention, I could have just not entered that one and skipped it, because I already have one in my deck, but that's okay. I just messed up. 7. LK. U. 7. I fixed it. Ooh, Magic Drain. It's one of the few cards available from the last boss. Oh hey, a Multiply. We finally get to the power-ups. So that means we're almost to the traps. Oh, I can see the bottom of the list now. So, last page. Acid adhesive tape. Now we're into the garbage traps, which are pretty much the only traps that are going to be available from passwords, is the pretty bad ones. Ikaboon, and now Bear Trap, another card that just, I mean, Bear Trap's somewhat useful against Taya, but most opponents are going to play stuff that's out of the range of it. Type 0 Magic Crusher, another card that's just meh. Especially since the AI isn't going to charge you with traps or anything, so... Samachi... That card could be useful. Reverse trap is actually super strong, but usually I like to play so many equips that it's not great. Ending to this password. Oh, it's block attack. Here's a password I'm not gonna need to enter, but I will enter it anyways. This would be a really sad card to be the last card. I know I'm going to get several of them while I reincarnate for stuff, so... I'll just skip that one. That was fake trap, by the way. Failing to enter that doesn't really matter. We'll get plenty. Well, we have gotten to almost 470 cards already, so that's nice. What do you mean that failed? Oh, that's Seal of the Ancients. I already have one. Oopsies. Okay, skip that one. No one cares about Seal of the Ancients anyways. My list doesn't have to have that correct. I have to have gotten that right. Right? Or am I just bad at this point? It doesn't really matter. This can be grabbed from an opponent, I'm sure. Oh. Okay, my streak of inputting things wrong is over. Okay, on to the rituals. Some of the stuff that I put in the most times as passwords. Just to lower deck cost of the decks. So I pretty well know these ones work. So we have like 300 more cards to go get. After this. And finally, the last card. works. Okay. We're done with all that. So I can go ahead and get rid of this entire spreadsheet. That can go away. I'm going to go ahead and edit my deck real quick. Okay, so Baby Dragon has to go in. We need 3 of them. Sweet Dragon times 2. I think I'm going to do Karyushin Turbo or whatever, because we can. That looks like enough of those. Need fish. We're probably gonna have to just go straight into... Who's that? Oh, yeah. White Dolphin's not available to me to start with. So that's annoying. So I'll just put in basically all of the cheap fish that I can. Then we can go down here to Aquas and put in a couple of the 5-star ones. I just need a 5-star Huron and Octoburster. And Firecracken, I guess? Okay. Curse Breakers can definitely go in. Oh, we have a Dragon Treasure. That'll work for Sea Serpents. Not gonna use Follow Wind. Let's see. Probably none of these cards. Dark Piercing Light's definitely going in the deck. Goblin Secret Remedy is. Burning Land can. We're at 650 for deck cost. And 2 Bear Traps. Put in a Samachi, might as well. What else do we want in this deck? I mean, really, we're gonna go do some farming, I believe. Or we're gonna just start the game. We can get White Dolphin from Mako, I guess. What else do I want in the deck, then? What other... Oh, Amoeba would be good. Let's see here. Amoeba... Other Aqua cards that are good, maybe? Nope, okay. Let's see here. What else do I want to put in this deck? Oh no, we just need filler at this point. Let's just toss in... Reverse Trap wouldn't be terrible to mess with an opponent. Type 0, it's cheap, that's cheap. And, I mean, really, I'm just going with cheap cards that I can remember to remove. Okay. So, I've gone ahead and gotten a whole bunch of cards. I think I'm going to take another couple-minute break here. So I can stretch and stuff. So I'll just say in the chat. to remind people that I'll be right back. So BRB. Okay, I'm back a little early. Let's go ahead and save, make sure we did that. Let's go ahead and just go do Taya. We're gonna need to do a whole bunch of reincarnations anyways, so... So what, 4 hours into the stream, got through everything we needed to for passwords and stuff. Wow, Taya, that was extremely rude. Oh, I should definitely get a leader going sooner rather than later. Reverse trap's actually quite good here. I am gonna probably have to go back through and redo some of these duels a couple times, so it won't really be the worst thing. We'll just show off my ability to do fusions. The one convenient thing about Taya is that she just chucks cards into the graveyard, so... She just straight up yeets them right on in. Yeah, I have summoning tower issues, so... It is a shame. Tay is about to not have a great time, so... Aqua Dragon, kinda good. Hey Drew! Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm doing so well so far. You haven't missed much. I just put in 470 passwords for the last 4 hours, so... Oh, well, I lose my creature, but this game's over. And I don't have to get that card because I already put the password in for it. Well, that went well enough. Not surprising, putting in that many passwords wins. Yeah, yeah, it was a little bit annoying. Yeah, I'm trying to get all the cards, with the only stipulation of not using, Cheat Engine, so... I'm gonna use save states and other things, and, remove frame limiter all the time, but, yeah. We're done with the awful part that's super boring, so that's good. Like, I really need White Dolphin right now for this deck. So I guess we're just gonna get over to Mako and beat him. Beat him up for it. And then we'll go to Custom Duel. Make our deck as strong as we possibly can, and then we'll come back for the rest of the game. I drew only fish. It's an incredibly bad hand, but that's okay. We don't need a really good hand to beat Tristan, because we have plenty of turns to beat him. Also, his leader ability is going to be annoying, so... Drew, how are you doing today? Wait, did I just mess up that fusion horrifically? Yep, I did. Yeah, now I get to play the game instead of just, uh, repeatedly hitting the up and down arrows on the D-pad to get cards. I'm gonna really need Aqua Dragon for this fight. Oh good, there's an Aqua Dragon fusion. Oh no, Tactical Warrior is not great. At least I get to get rid of his field advantage, so that's nice. Well, that's a shame. I unfortunately need to fight that outside of his leader range. Or draw my, you know... I only have a 1 of Dragon Treasure in this deck, so... So, I either draw a Curse Breaker for this Empress Judge, or I fight it outside of his leader range with an Aqua Dragon, or I draw Dragon Treasure. Those are my options. Okay. It's 1 block attack down. Seal the Ancients, not a great card. I don't think I need a Samachi in this matchup, so... Well, I'm gonna drag this Empress Judge out. Hopefully I can drag it all the way to my leader. Okay, let's see if he'll come take all this bait. Nope. Okay. Oh, he got rid of one of the terrains that I switched to Umi. Sogen would be a good card for me to get because it's kind of hard to get. Oh, hey! He's out of his leader range now. Excellent. Okay, well, this Aqua Dragon's doing things. Okay, so I just really need to draw a Dragon Treasure. He's already used his Gaia, so he can't BLS me at least. Block attack's annoying. Does he have another one? Oh, okay. Now I just hope there isn't like an acid trap hole or anything. I do kind of want to draw my reverse trap. If I haven't already discarded it. Doesn't look like it. Reverse trap is pretty good for making this a little bit smoother. Then I don't have to worry about him equipping his stuff. Tristan's going to be one of the most obnoxious opponents. Fortunately for me, the AI doesn't know how to play around Aqua Dragon at all still, so... Yes, good job, AI. That's probably Judgeman, like, guaranteed. Conveniently for me, I get to just do damage. Sure, we'll do 900 damage. Doing any damage here is a good interval to make Aqua Dragon more lethal next turn. Okay, we finally beat Tristan. That's great. Promotions on our Sea Serpents is good too. We'll probably end up using them as leaders. So I'm going to save state now, just to make sure that I get Sogen. And probably Gaia as cards that are really only obtainable through Tristan here, so... That's not a card I want. Block attack is definitely not a card I want. Invigoration will work. Let's try to get this Gaia last. Judgment will work. That's a card I'd have to get otherwise. He's trying to be a little bit efficient here. Although I don't know how many parts the stream will end up being, but... We're already at 481 cards, so that's nice. Here's what we kind of look like so far. Okay, time for Mai. Mai is not going to have a good time against this deck. Yeah, okay, so... Well, that sure is a hand. It's definitely a hand that will instantly end the game against Mai too, because I drew a reverse trap. So now the best thing she can ever play is a Crimson Sunbird. Do not need Samachi. Just burn our field down to ash, I think. With the burning land. Nice. Minus 500 attack and defense on that card. Excellent start. I really don't want to fuse this way, but... guess it's what we're doing. So, with Reverse Trap played, Aqua Dragon is the strongest card possible in this game, except for Harpy's Pet Dragon, but she's unlikely to really do too much with the Harpy's Pet, so... First Breaker doesn't matter for the Reverse Trap. It is funny that it triggers, though. I wonder how that would work if you actually had a creature that was either missing or had extra attack and you reverse trap the Curse Breaker. We'll just face up defense this and let her attack it. I know she has Shadow of Eyes, but I'm not worried. Oh hey, a bird face. I'm more than likely attacking with this Carrier Shin here, so I'm just gonna do it without looking at my hand. Well, we drew our Dark Piercing Light, which is really nice. Fortunately for us, now we get to just change all the terrain to our favor. Because we're playing Sea Serpents, and that's what the deck's good at. I'm gonna face down the Dark Piercing Light this turn. Put Aqua Dragon here so that she might just play a Crimson Sunbird and lose her Crimson Sunbird to it. Or our Harpy Lady Sisters, either one. Unfortunately, I kind of need Aqua Dragon to be the one leading the charge here, since it has the good effect. Go ahead and heal myself, just to make this even more of a one game. I'll flip Dark Piercing Light when there's more than one card to use it on. Now is a good time, I think. So I'll go ahead and just make another Karyushin. I probably win this next turn. This square right here, where the Crow Goblin is a very key square for dealing with opponents that have double movement. Because if you force them into the corner, they can't get away from the double movement. They just kind of lose, which is what you need. And now we're even stronger. There are quite a few cards here that are unique to Mai, so we'll be back. That's unfortunately not one of them. We got a Salamander at least, so that'll be good enough for now. Okay, time for reincarnation. We kind of need an Aqua Dragon. So let's start by reincarnating this. Like Seedra's not terrible. I might be needing something a little bit higher in deck cost for a reincarnation target. There we go. Now we'll be able to put this as deck leader. And we'll be able to farm it pretty soon. So I believe it's available in normal slots. Then we could just put 3 of them in our deck. That would be great. We need to get our deck just a little bit stronger, hopefully from Mako. We'll probably sit here and farm him a little bit, get some cards from him. And then we can go into Custom Duel and really make our deck stronger. We'll just send in a Seal of the Ancients because it will trigger an Aqua Chorus for, or a Tears for us if we need it to. Or my opponent's going to just charge me with a 7-colored fish, and that's going to be fine. Oh, I do not have a fish in my hand, I didn't realize. Well, guess we're doing this fusion the expensive way. Oh, I have increased strength for same type friendlies. But only in the 3x3, so that's unfortunate. But hey, at least we have a little bit of our leader power online now. My opponent has done 2 fusions so far, which is great, because that means there's good cards in the graveyard. Oh hey, White Dolphin's in the graveyard. Excellent. And Root Water. We should also have very few summoning power at this point, probably. Because he spent 4 the first turn and 3 the second, so he should be at 0 right now. Oh hey, and he played an equip for me? Nice, he shouldn't have. Just give him a little trap there that's not going to trigger, but you know. Give him a little something to think about. Now we just win. Okay, we definitely won. Now we just get the White Dolphin from him and the equip. So this went extremely well. Yes, water is extremely strong in this game. The main reason it's so strong, too, is because it does a really good job of just perpetuating the amount of water on the field. Those are cards I do not want. Okay, White Dolphin's a card I wanted. Fake Trap is not a card I want. We will get plenty of them. Oops, that was exactly the card I wanted. Okay, and now let's get a Root Water. We can. Perfect. Okay. Now we have 3 more cards we can put in our deck that are super, super good. So High Tide is Fish and Sea Serpent. So we can go down here and take out some of these really terrible traps and put in 3 really good cards in exchange. That's really good for us, like really, really good for us. I think the best course of action is for us to go into Custom Duel now and make our deck stronger. So that's what we'll go do. Most of this playthrough is going to be farming, so kind of what I've signed myself up for. This will work. Okay. We'll go this first. I am going to speed up this whole thing because... Oh. Oops. I'm gonna need that for this. That is fine in this, so it doesn't matter too much. Let's see. I do need petite dragons, I think, so... Try to duplicate them for this deck. No, one-eyed shield dragons would also be kind of okay to have multiple copies of. I don't need amoeba. Let's make the Aqua Dragon so we can upgrade it. Let's see here. Don't need... Ooh, this is a card I need copies of. Let's see here. We can also upgrade Karyushin, I guess. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass some turns here real quick. We're going to do this for a little bit just to get myself leveled up creatures. Okay, that should be enough for one-eyed shield dragon, and petite dragon. Do this. This will be okay. Do this, this, this. Okay. Second Aqua Dragon. We can do this for another one. Oh, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that many cards. It's okay. Oh, do this. And pass it all the way down. It doesn't matter that we're losing. We lose a little bit of experience, but I should have probably played the Goblin Secret Remedy. But that's okay. With the super speed, this is a super efficient way to get experience on your creatures. Since I have 4 Aqua Dragons, it's 16 experience every time I press the end turn button. So that's going to add up very quickly when you have over 50 turns. Okay, go ahead and save. So we got this promoted, this promoted, this promoted, this promoted. So we'll go ahead and just go ahead and duplicate these cards. So root water first, I think. I guess I could duplicate it. Aqua Dragon. Oh, wow, it's already got most of its really good stuff, too. That's sweet. So, you just press this, pass, and save state to make sure you get one. And when you don't get one, it doesn't matter. Let's at least try for the triple, since we are going to need a bunch of them. Okay! Got ourselves a Dakuro Rider. Excellent. We can go ahead and do another one. Go ahead and save state again just to make sure we get the triple since we're so close. So, okay, cool. And a Magician of Black Chaos too for our trebles. Okay, root water is excellent for us. Next up, we'll duplicate White Dolphin. Definitely don't want to exit out right now. Okay, we got one. Now let's get ourselves the other. This is one of those things that I usually just skip over in the YouTube videos, but okay, we'll just do it again. Okay, doesn't matter. Hey, remember when I said we were going to get plenty of fake traps? This is why. Okay. I'm not really fighting the slot RNG today, so... So we have 3 of those now. We'll go ahead and do the Petite Dragon next. We only need 1 of these, so... Save state so we can at least make an attempt for this. Nice. Hey, a Millennium Shield. Nice. Again, we do it for One-Eyed Shield Dragon also here. We're just making our deck ever slightly better now. Again, save state just to get a second chance at this. Here we go. Oh well, we got an extra. Probably will never use that, but I'm not in the mood to save state that too right now. I will probably be doing that later. But we should get plenty of triples in this. Now I want to do Aqua Dragon, which is number 478, so... we'll end up putting 3 of those in our deck. Here to save once in a while, so don't accidentally exit to title and lose all your progress. That would be super embarrassing. Okay, got ourselves an Aqua Dragon. I didn't save state that, but that's okay. We need one more anyways. Oh well. Again, it's nice that this takes like 15 seconds or less to have an opportunity at this, so... okay. We'll go ahead and rebuild our deck real quick. Just take out the cards that I know I don't want in the deck. And see how many cards we can put in. Okay, this is getting pretty good. It doesn't really matter what my last card I put in is, but... oh, let's have a little bit of fun. Let's find a mech that I wanted. There we go. Considering I have 3 white dolphins, I might as well make the fusion for Fortress Whale in the deck. Okay, we need to max out our leader a little bit here real quick, so go ahead and go quickly. Make it so we win. Good opening. Well, that's a great card for me. Aqua Dragon, this plus this plus this. 2. This isn't very useful. So we'll just get rid of it. Not for right now, it's not very useful, but it'll eventually be useful. Hey. Okay, cool. So, oops. Let's not touch that stick and skip all the way down to 0 turns. We're gonna do this at least one more time after this. Hopefully we can get close to a Secretary of Defense leader pretty quickly. This is close to what? So 8 creatures, or 5 creatures, 4 experience a turn, so that's 20 experience a turn, so each of these should be close to 2,000 experience a duel. So if I do 2 more, I should be really close to Secretary of Defense on Aqua Dragon. Since you only need 7,500 experience to max out in this version. Also, try to do this with cards that you can fuse into, because that way you can have 5 of them on the field instead of 3. Oh, if I'm not... I'm probably just going to go back down to Karyushins at some point, once I'm gotten a couple more equips. Go ahead and save state to try to get 3 in a row. Make one more attempt at it. Oh well. Just do it again. We're Rear Admiral already. Pass our turn. First turn doesn't really matter. Try to get through as many cards in our deck as we can so we can get to the cards we want. Oops. Oh yeah, that doesn't fuse. Haha. This. Okay, second Aqua Dragon. Good. Do that so we win. Gives us a couple extra points of experience. Okay. Okay, we already have another Aqua Dragon in our hand, so we don't need to dump cards. Go ahead and do this. Pass it down. We will... one more of these after this, and we should be pretty close to a Secretary of Defense. Close enough that we don't need to do this anymore. I am going to stop off and go and fight Deckmaster, I don't know, S or something. The one with Roaring Ocean Snake. He should have Power Up Kaishin for me. And he'll also have some other good cards that I can probably get. So, that's nice. Okay. Again, I'm just gonna do that real quick. Okay, we're already at an Admiral. I think there's one more ability we get anyways, so we might as well go for it. Just do this. Get ourselves an Aqua Dragon. Go again. Draw way too many dragons and feel sad about ourselves. Maybe I need to put more fish in this deck. Oh, oops. This. Here. Okay, and one more. I said one more. We don't have the ability to play one more. This and this. Still can't play one more. Okay, there we go. Pass this down. I wish I could make this go faster, but I can't. I mean, this is already like 5 times faster than, or almost 10 times faster than the base game, so I can't really do much better than this. And check my Discord messages. Stuff and see that nobody cares to reach out to me, which is grand while I'm streaming. I'm just wanting to max out. Really, the main thing that I care about is find hidden card and slot rares. Thank you, Fidanos. I forget what the last ability is for Sea Serpents too, but I've already gotten the most important stuff, which is leader range and movement boost and increased strength. So as you can see, the slot rares are going to help. Because we're going to need a lot of slot rares for this run, so... Hey, we got Secretary of Defense. Excellent. Let's go to Deckmaster S. We'll just fight him on a regular field. I'm not going to speed through too many of these duels, although if I were doing it by myself, I definitely would. So we also get level cost reduction. That was the last one. What I kind of thought it was. Now I'd like to get Power of Kaishin from this guy. He didn't play it in his opening hand, which is kind of unfortunate. But there are other cards we can get from him that are pretty good, so we may as well smash him. Oh hey, one of the cards that's really good. That is quite a good card to start the game with, so have one of those, that would be great. Unfortunately, our opponent has playing cards. Let's see. I don't need extra dragons, so we'll get rid of some. Oh, that's not good. Burrowing Ocean Snake is a really good card, but I don't think I'm really going to use it. Although it is a card I would like to get, so maybe I will be taking it from him. With a fusion? Most of the fusions in this deck are like Crab Turtle, so it's not good for me. That is a Crab Turtle. I need to draw through my deck right now. Yeah, level cost reduction, which is the last skill that we got for this Aqua Dragon. It's not actually going to be that useful for us, because other than the Aqua Dragons, it doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, this is a fish, so it doesn't get bonus for my leader ability. So we'll just get rid of it, since it's not going to be as strong as this Aqua Dragon. They need a strong card to get over this, the Crab Turtle that's probably like 35-50 or something. Right there. It's weaker outside of his leader range, of course, but... yeah. I need the minus 500 from it being outside to really win. But yeah, 4-star Aqua Dragons are pretty good. Violent Rain is also a super good card for me to have, but I don't believe that it works perfectly for the fusions. Which is a shame. These Aqua on Sea Serpent matchups are actually pretty bad because, like, you can't utilize the best thing, which is you change everything to water. Oh hey, he played a Quip. I'm just gonna finish him so that there's more of a chance that that equips in the graveyard slots. Right now we're still just getting our deck to be good enough to win the game. Okay, Beast King of the Swamps is good enough to go in a deck if we need it. I would... Violent Rain's really good too. I don't want Crab Turtle. I want the Power of Kaishin. Crab Turtle I will just eventually accidentally get anyways, so... that's fine. Let's try to get more Power of Kaishin. He just played one, so that's excellent for us. We'll just put this Aqua Dragon right outside of his leader range and let him hit me. That's almost assuredly a 30,000-year white turtle, I think. Probably don't need that card. Well, I guess if the thing's in defense, I don't really care if I get my creature, if I lose a little bit of life points for this. Oh, it's a Change Slime. That's another really good card. It's not going to go in my deck, but it is a very good card. And it's really easy to go get one from Mako, so I'm not too worried about that. Again, the field is just going to perpetually be water between the two of us. That's just how these matchups work. Water terrain is just kind of a state of being. Okay. Okay, and hopefully last turn, let's get ourselves another Power of Kaishin. And then we only have to do this one more time for the last Power of Kaishin. Oh hey, Roaring Ocean Snake's not available in the slots. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay, got it. Okay, last one. Thank you, Miguel. My opponent didn't do anything that first turn besides play a card, so that's okay. Also, welcome to the stream. Let's discard one of the dragons I don't need anymore. How many cards do I need now? Probably about half of them. I still need another, like, 300, I think. Or probably 350. Oops. That's unfortunate. Oh, my opponent played double Power of Kaishin. That's good for us, and also terrifying at the same time. Yeah, you probably missed the first half of the stream, which was me just putting in passwords for 4 hours to get the first nearly 500 cards. Okay, that was the card that he put 2 Power of Kaishins on. I'm pretty sure this card's a Curse Breaker. It is. Sweet. And my leader forward. This duel is over. Completely Jover. Oh. Well, that's perfect. That was actually the best possible scenario. Now I get to hit him twice with the creatures I have on board. Using my leader power to make this even quicker, so... That was nice. Okay. Go ahead and make sure we get the save state in. Sewagent is a card that we do eventually need, so it's not terrible. Let's do one more try to get... Okay, there we go. That's a card we don't have. Also, for the rules for this, for anyone just joining, basically I'm just not allowing myself to use Cheat Engine to get all the cards. But speed up and save states are completely allowed. Let's see here. 7-colored fish has usually been not a great card to draw. And we can take out Kiron and one of these for 3 power potions. It's now harder for us to go into Aqua Dragon, but our deck's a little cheaper and our deck is getting stronger. Also, we don't need Reverse Trap anymore. We can use Curse Breaker. We have 497 cards, so we need another 350 or so. But time to go for our Mako. Mako's going to have the rest of the cards we need for this deck. Preferably 2 more High Tides. And then the last 2 cards we'd need for the deck is Dragon Treasures from Seto, which is a ways away, so we probably won't ever end up needing those. But it's definitely time to get a little more wins so that we can continue our reincarnation. At some point, we're going to end up just surrendering for like hours on end to do reincarnations. I already have a Change Slime, but I'll just grab this one just in case I want to put it in my deck, since it is a good card. We now have 5 equips in our deck, which does make us significantly stronger than we used to be. That's a trap. So we've really gotten into the point where we can just play Karyushins all the time, which is awesome. We haven't drawn any equips this game, which is unfortunate, but we'll get there. So we'll farm up 2 more high tides if we can. At that point, our next goal is going to be to beat the game. Oh my. Sure, rude. We'll just get rid of this. Change slime is removable, so. So, right now, it looks like we're going to end up doing another one of these streams next weekend to get the rest of the cards. Because I'm probably not going to be able to stream nearly long enough to get all of these. Oh, that's a good card for me to get. Well, that's another trap. We'll trigger it next time with this Karyushin, or next turn, so. Oh wait, that wasn't a trap, huh? Surprising, but oh well. I think we just kind of win this game though. This is faster, so just kill him. That could move 2 spaces because of my leader power, so it's nice. Again, we're going to save state to make sure we get this high tide. That's a Tongyo, which isn't bad. I do not want that. Okay, and now we kind of want the tears, although the man-eating black shark's fine too. Okay, one more duel. Let's see if we can get this last high tide. I should edit my deck and add in. This mech bass is just really not working out. Again, Tungyo is a good choice for this kind of Karyushin thing, because it's got a good effect. And just having a good effect is good enough, I think. I'm gonna get rid of some of these dragons in my hand. This would do way too many. That's not an equipser, but it's good because it gets him closer to it by drawing cards like that. It's also a 7-colored fish. Okay. We'll just pressure him a little bit. Make him react. I could just kill him. Honestly, that's definitely the right play, since it's more likely he just plays High Tide naturally from the first turn in another game, and I might as well just take the extra reincarnation, since the longest pull in this tent is gonna be reincarnations, so we might as well just take an extra one. Ray and Temperature is a unique card for us. I need to make sure that I get it. There we go. Okay. Go ahead and do a reincarnation here. Our goal is literally any card that helps us, so I'll take those. Those are 3 unique cards, so excellent. 2 pieces of Exodia, which we at some point have to play an Exodia just to get the card in our collection. I want all of the cards that I can obtain to actually be obtained, though, so it'll be a little worse than that, but this is definitely getting there. Welcome, Redo. Oh, I can definitely say, Redo, you didn't miss the first 4 hours. You can just kind of skip. I'll probably be doing another one of these next Saturday to finish this out. Because I don't think this is going to finish today. For some reason. This is awkward that that got stunned like that. I should have attacked with the Aqua Dragon, since I knew what that was. But that's okay. I'm just gonna get rid of Karyushin. My opponent hasn't played the card I want him to, so I'm just gonna kill him. Okay, game over. Hurry it up. I think all 3 of these are new cards, so get at least one of them on these and it'll be good. That is not what I was looking for. I was looking for anything but that key mace. And let's get this Hourglass of Courage. That's not the Hourglass of Courage. That is. Oh hey, and a Royal Decree, which is also excellent. Still, I'm just farming for High Tide right now. I'm gonna speed up because we're just gonna run over this man repeatedly at this point. He did not play a High Tide, so I am sad. I should have moved forward last turn. My opponent's just bottom decking his High Tides at this point. Which is not really what I'm looking for. Oh, I just messed up the fusion. Oh well. None of this is anything I want, so hopefully we can get a triple. Oh well. Just do it again. It's part of the run. Okay. We'll just do this. Throw this into him. Okay, Tears of the Mermaid. That's a card I kind of want, so it's okay. It's unfortunate that my Aqua Dragon got stunned there, but I can't really do much about it. Also, this deck will be much, much stronger against basically every opponent that isn't Mako, so... Mako is fixing to just blow me out of this game by playing a big creature with a double equip or something. Since he has pretty well just gone double tiers so far. Okay, he decided to not play an trap this time, so... Bonk. I don't think he's played a monster yet, though. Oh, that might have been a monster. Definitely not the High Tide I was looking for. Ow. I'm going to kill whatever card this is and then lethal him. Again, I'm still just looking for this third High Tide, and he refuses to play it. Little dolphin can finish the game for me. Okay, we got ourselves a Tears. And a 3 in a row. And a Wall Shadow. Let's go. And we have another Reincarnation time. Let's see what we get off of... actually, let's try Mech Bass. Those were 3 new cards, right? That sounds great. This Gemini's reincarnation pool is really nice for this because it's pretty small, but it's pretty exclusive from all of the cards that are in the available by password pool, so I'm not going to have too much overlap. My opponent, please just play this High Tide. Unfortunately for him, he's just going to have an Aqua Dragon in his face now, so... Oh, a Tenderness. That's the card that we kind of need. One of the things about this guy is we're going to actually have to kill him a lot of times anyways, because he has a bunch of fairies that are unique to him. So we need this Tenderness. I have 3 chances at it. There we go. Okay, more killing him, more High Tide, hopefully. Let's get rid of the extra dragon. Probably don't need that Curse Breaker. This guy will be dead soon. Okay. Dead guy spotted. Okay, there is the High Tide. Let's make sure we get it. Okay. Okay, so our deck should be basically set up for the rest of the game. I do have too many dragons in this deck. But I think we're in a good spot, so I'll go with this deck. It's time for us to continue the game. Let's see how far we can get in like the next 30 minutes. Well, this is a pretty decent opening draw. Oh, that's a good card for us. We can definitely use one of those. Oh, I should have gone straight forward. Oh well. We're gonna kill him with this Karyushin, it looks like. We'll send something the other direction. But this is going to be one of those games where the entire field's just going to turn into water, and that's going to be very bad for a dragon deck that wants to play Toon World and his AI doesn't know how to. Okay. So the one coming around from the left is just to make sure that he can't get away. And my main force is coming in over here. I'm going to equip this one just to... It should be stronger than basically anything he has unless he equips it, so... Even with one equip, with the water terrain, it should be stronger, so... Oh, he's almost dead. He nearly one-shotted himself. Oh hey, a Time Wizard. That's another card that is unique, so I could definitely take that from him. Send an Aqua Dragon at him. Put him to 50 life points too. Or no, 1550. He used that Gift of the Mystical Elf. Let's see, do I have lethal? Probably. I know I've seen 3 cards that would be new cards, so I might as well finish him. That went pretty well. Kiryushin by the end of this is gonna be pretty well promoted. Oh, there's a Monster Reborn. Okay, the only card I can't get is Thousand Dragon. Okay, Monster Reborn's great. Let's get this Mystical Elf, or Gift to the Mystical Elf. There we go. We got 2 spells, which spells are pretty much the hardest thing to get in this game, so getting those is great. Since most of the spells I did not put in the reincarnation pool, so we kind of have to get them the hard way. But speaking of reincarnation pool, it's time for a reincarnation. I would like a heavy storm if possible. So there we go. 3 new cards, one of which was a heavy storm. Been having too many dragons, so we can put that in. Over a dragon. I don't think we need Samachi so much as we can put in the Monster Reborn. We can also get rid of Goblin Secret Remedy for Gift of the Mystical Elf because it's just better. And we still have plenty of deck cost to work with right now. Ooh. We drew an Aqua Dragon. Playing 4-star Aqua Dragons is pretty good. I may have just lost a soccer dragon. Yep, I did. Oop. I'd meant to activate that. How big is this? Time for a trap? No? Okay. I guess I'm not killing that card. So equips are a premium. Just because this is the only way to get them is the slots, so... Let's see what we can get. At least 2 of those are new, so that's pretty good. Again, at this point, our goal is just to kind of beat the game. And after that, it's going for the rest of the cards, so... We're through a lot of the pain and suffering of this run. The worst part's behind us. The rest of this is just the time and energy to beat the opponents until they give us what we want. And knowing what we want from them. Gonna put this here. It's gonna go all the way up to the corner, and it's gonna sit right here. And probably be used as basically the thing that finishes them. Also, we are going to turn a very large portion of this field into ocean. What could possibly... What? That's actually a card I'm gonna really want, so... We'll end up... We hopefully can get that from the slots from him. Is what I'm hoping. Wow. Not a great hand. Ooh, that's gonna be good. Maybe we could just use it. Oh no. Just beat over my creature. My opponent that has basically nothing in his deck for actually winning the game. Maybe I'll just draw a fish here and it won't be a problem. Perfect. Oh, I actually played passively. Nice. First Breaker went 1-for-1 with a Gravity Bind. Not a bad trade-off. Not gonna lie, pretty good. Can I please draw, you know... a couple more fish instead of all these dragons? This is, Okay, my opponent only has monsters on the field. I'm going to kill the Injection Fairy Lily because I kind of want one. Since that's not passwordable. And then I just carry Yushinen. And that's game. We're going to have to go back through all of these opponents a couple times to get all their cards that they provide to you. That's a lot of paralyzing potions. Invitation to a Dark Sleep's a good card, though. Although, I don't want more than one of them. Or I'd like, you know, other cards. I would much rather not get that card, because I can get it anytime I want. Okay, there we go. Let's get this Injection Fairy Lily. That's not an Injection Fairy Lily. That is, though. Nice, and a Cosmo Queen. Let's go. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we have to edit our deck to get it cheaper so that we can go face this guy. 550. It's a little annoying, but we have so many cards that it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Just get rid of... Get rid of the really expensive cards. And then go over here to the really cheap cards. And just throw them in the deck. It's nice having put in 400 some passwords. Now we don't even have an issue with this. But after this duel, we'll just put those cards back in and we'll be back to full strength. Bakura is one of the people that we're going to have to farm a little bit because he has quite a few plants in his deck that all are pretty good for us. Game, can I please, just one time, just give me one of the, like, 8 fish in my deck, please. At least it looks like Bakura kind of bricked, which, that's really good for us. Oh hey, and we got ourselves the Flame Ghost. Flame Ghost, I believe that's the one for destroying sea terrain stuff. That's actually pretty good for our deck. I'm gonna do this. And we'll move this to the right. I have a feeling I have an idea of how strong his cards are right now, so... We're just gonna push in real hard and see if he breaks. I have a feeling the answer is going to be yes. Although he de-bricked his hand, which is good for him. It's not good for me, but... There might be an interesting lethal here next turn. Or there might just be a straight up lethal next turn. Okay, lethal. Lethal found. Okay. Winner, winner. Us. Everything looks good here. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of good cards. I think Karibo might have been, like, the only, like, bad card in there. But even then, like, I'm not going to diss on a Karibo. Not a terrible card to get, at least. Okay, it's time for us to redo our decks and put back in all of those super expensive cards that we just took out. Okay, and we can put in... Most of these were 50 deck costs, so we'll just put those in. Those three. Take out one more? We probably did. It's probably a little lower, though. It was like 35, I think? Or 30? Yeah, it was a gift on Mystical Elf I took out. And it's time for a reincarnation. Doesn't really matter at this point what I want to reincarnate. I just need to reincarnate something, so do this. Oh, that was 3 new cards, so doesn't matter as long as we get 3 new cards, so there we go. Good enough. I mean, I'm sure I could go about this more efficiently and get the most efficient cards possible, but at the end of this, we're just going to be doing a whole bunch of surrendering to get the cards we want, so after we kill all of the opponents and take all of their stuff. So we'll probably end up having to do like 3 or 4 duels against each person to get the cards we want. Which is pretty acceptable. Push this direction. We have way too many dragons again. Oops. Oh well. 2 for 1. It's unfortunate. Technically 3 because I also, yeah, I lost a lot of cards on that, but it's okay. Oh, I'm gonna lose this fight. But hey, I slowed down the summon skull, right? It's the only thing that matters. There was a fish in that hand, right? I hope? If not, I'm kind of sad, but... There wasn't. Oh, there was. Me looking right at one in brute water. If change of heart isn't real, it can't hurt me, right? Grab Sword of Dragon Soul. Oh! Ow. That's gonna hurt. Well, I unfortunately called that card. Maybe I should have played around it, but unfortunately this isn't lethal because of labyrinth terrain. But my opponent has played Change of Heart and Mirror Force on me, which is really, really annoying. Oh, that's another Mirror Force. There's no way it's not. Well, looks like game over. Get wrecked, Yugi. Get wrecked. Oh, that's not great. Oh yeah, we got a Dark Magician. Unfortunately, we missed 2 equips that would have been great to get. Oh well. Go ahead and fast forward through this. Don't care what he says. I know he's ancient, evil, mad spirit that wants to kill everyone. And we're apparently the only person that can stop him. But we might as well finish him out. Hopefully this goes well. This definitely has the ability to not go well, but we'll do what we can. Unfortunately, this crushed terrain is going to be bad for us. Please just not a Riryoku. Okay. We're just getting rid of cards. Oh no. Well, there's the Riryoku I didn't want to see. Well, let's get rid of this baby dragon. I'm gonna need a curse breaker for that other one. Or the ability to one-shot this guy. Which is possible. What? Um, I'm going to be honest. I think that was the worst play I've ever seen the AI make. And I've seen it make some bad ones. That was a yikes. Okay, got the dark fire. Okay, we didn't get the Nails of Bane, but that's okay, we'll get it later. Okay. We went ahead and beat this side of the game. Okay, so we have finished the game on this side. We have half the game to go, and then grabbing another probably 300 cards. Mostly from opponents and reincarnation. I think I'm going to end the stream here today. Thank you, all of you, for joining and watching, and all of you for commenting. It's been a fun time getting to 1,000. Let's keep going to 2,000 and keep it up. Anyway, I'll probably be continuing this next Saturday, and just go ahead and probably do another 6 hours, and hopefully that's enough to finish this out. So thank you all for watching.